This was, and we changed also the 109 is now 114.
Okay, so I think
thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, how are you today, Ben? Good now. Morning. Perfect.
Morning.
How are you this morning?
I'm fine. How are you?
Oh, very
Did
well.
you manage to escape from here?
Yes,
yesterday?
yes, I did. Yes, I managed to get someone to get me a taxi.
Good morning.
And I now have a phone number to ring. So
Oh, okay, cool.
I'm good.
Personal driver.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I hope.
I have a question. I think I forgot my bag there yesterday. Or is it yours? On
I think it is yours.
Okay.
Okay. Mine is in the hotel.
Okay, yeah.
It's yours. Yeah. If there is nothing inside, I don't know.
The sweets from.
Yeah.
from
It's yours. Yeah.
which session is this one? 3?
3C.
3C,
Okay,
yeah.
I want to see. I want to see A. See you later.
Okay, see you, my friend.
Good morning, Juliana.
Morning.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you.
Very good. Then a few moments, then we'll start.
Okay, good.
I think I can put my. Oh, this is fine.
Do as you please.
Yeah.
You can set it up as you like.
Yeah, because of the sun. I think it is fine. Thank you.
Juliana, so what we usually do is we first play your video, and then after the video, we'll do the Q&A through the Teams.
Okay, that's fine.
This is just for testing. Can you hear the sound of the video as well, Juliana?
Good morning. My name is Uliana Gusarova, and today I
Yes,
will
I hear
present
the
a study
sound.
about
Yeah.
artificial.
15.
Should we start at 9:15 as well?
Okay.
Actually, let's wait 15 minutes and
Okay.
let's start then. Maybe because we have plenty of time during lunchtime and then just maybe some persons are coming. And if not, then we move, then we put two together to have, because I have only one presenter and me and not others.
Okay.
Then let's do this in one session.
Okay, Uljana, we're gonna start at 9:15, so there's a little time.
All right.
Okay.
So there's just one online. Yeah, the other two are in
Yeah,
person.
one online, two
Right.
should be here.
Great. Okay.
Have you seen Yasmin Anmar? Okay. Yes. I'd like to have his slides as well.
So you already have the slides, right?
I have the one online video and one slide, but I need one more slide. I haven't received it
So
yet.
you have my, this one,
Monkey?
just make sure you have-
Yeah, it should be, yours should be here.
The third one, it should be the third one to present, so.
Yeah, yours is here, PowerPoint.
Yes. Exactly this one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, I got it. No problem.
We have no presenters.
Hi. Morning.
No.
Okay.
And now also Uku from is here. Slides are there.
Yeah.
And yes, you also.
Yeah.
Anna Maria. You're
I'm
also
starting?
chairing. No.
Oh, I'm also sharing.
Yeah.
But do we have Yasmin here? There's on PC, Yasmin Amar should be presenting as well, but I haven't received his slides.
They are not here.
Okay.
Are you with Yasmin?
Yes.
Yasmin, talk with him about your
So I
presentation.
think,
This is Yasmin.
Oh, Yasmin, yes. Good morning. Do you have your slides?
Yes. And the names?
Email, yeah? Okay. Here you go.
This is 3C.
3C, yes.
So Mac 110.
110, yes.
Okay. Diana is connected.
He's connected and she's ready, yeah.
Yeah, she's ready. Good morning, Sabrina. Good morning. And everything is okay.
Hey, good morning. And your name is?
Miriam.
Okay. Yeah. Then send me your. You can send me the presentation on email so I can put it ready. Then it's just. Can you give it her? Yeah. I'm waiting for the email. Yeah, the name is correct. Just let's see. Comes through.
9 o'clock, huh?
They are here?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
And
Then
Yeah, very good.
Uku is also here.
Yes,
So,
so we can move to the other.
we can move back to the other
Yeah.
109.
I'll prepare the
It looks
presentations.
that all presenters are also here. So, let's go back. Sorry.
Oh, you're going?
Anna Maria, Mariam, and Yuku.
Yeah,
We move to the others.
Yeah.
because
Then-
they
then-
have merged the session because people seem like people
Yeah,
were
we were
missing.
waiting for you and.
Don't
Sorry
forget
for the
yours.
delay.
It's yours, right?
jah. kas, oota, aga meil ei ole seal neid slaide, kas sa saad mulle neid slaidid?
I'll bring it. Yes.
See Merjam peab saatma veel, aga Suarezi oma sai.
Sorry?
We're staying here.
Yes. As it was planned. Huh?
You will me and Siki. Yasmin.
Yasmin, yeah, here, the second.
Yeah.
Yeah, second
Okay.
presentation. Is here.
Second
Yeah,
presentation?
second presentation. Yeah.
Mine is the third.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's it.
ja siis selle Merjami ema, tal tuli nüüd, sa pead
Okei.
küsima talt.
Jah.
Need 2 tükki on olemas.
jah, okei, anname see, ma lasen Merjamil panna selle peale, tead.
Okay, now we're ready to start.
Okay. Good morning, all of you. Uljana, nice to meet you. Apologize for the time we were organizing. So, Uljana is going to present her work with a colleague, Olga Dunajeva, also. So the name of the paper is AI Readiness in the Public Sector, a Mixed Methods Case Study of Estonia's Social Insurance Board. So I think I'm going to let her start because we have left some time. So please go ahead, Jana.
Okay.
Morning to all.
I'll play the video then, and then we'll do the Q&A after.
Good morning. My name is Uljana Gusarova, and today I will present a study about artificial intelligence readiness in the public sector using the Estonian Social Insurance Board as a case. The focus is on organizational readiness and employee acceptance, and the presentation covers the research context, methodology, key findings, implications, and limitations. Let me start with the context. AI is developing very fast, and governments around the world are under pressure to adopt it to improve public services and make work more efficient. Estonia is a good example of a country that makes this seriously. There are national AI strategies in place, like the Data and AI White Paper and the AI Action Plan. But even here, AI readiness across public organizations is not equal. Some organizations are more advanced, others are still at very early stage. So the Social Insurance Board, in Estonian Social Insurance Board known as Sotsiaalkindlustusamet, SKA, is one of those early stage organizations. At the time of the study, no AI tools were used in their daily operations at all. And this matters because SKA works in social protection area, which is very sensitive area where decisions directly affect people's welfare and lives. So getting AI adoption right is especially important. And this is why SKA is an interesting and relevant case to study. And this brings us to the research gap. National AI strategies describe goals and directions at the high level, but they do not tell whether individual organizations are actually ready to use AI. Strategy and readiness are not the same thing. Organization level readiness assessments in real public sector institutions remain also limited, and this is especially true in high impact service domains like social protection, where AI decisions directly affect citizen lives. And even when strategic and technical capacity exists, AI tools may remain underused if employees do not perceive value, feel uncertainty, or do not trust AI-supported outputs. Employee acceptance is often overlooked in readiness research. This study addresses all these gaps. And based on these gaps, the study addresses one central question: how ready is Estonian Social Insurance Board to adopt AI responsibly considering both organizational readiness and employee acceptance. And to answer this question, the study used a mixed methods approach. First, a scoping review of academic and policy literature. This gave us the theoretical framework, the key concept and dimensions of AI readiness in the public sector. Second, an expert questionnaire combined with AHP, the analytic hierarchy process, where experts from Social Insurance Board assessed organizational readiness across 7 dimensions and then ranked which dimensions matter most. This gave us the organizational level picture and understanding how ready is Social Insurance Board on organizational level. Third, an employee survey based on the technology acceptance model, extended or TAM, gave us operational acceptance picture. And because AI was not yet deployed at the Social Insurance Board, employees evaluated a realistic scenario of an AI assistant. And the picture about the operational level gave us the information how employees actually feel about using AI. And finally, all 3 inputs were brought together in a synthesis to identify the key strengths and bottlenecks. So let me start with the theoretical framework. The readiness assessment was built on a framework with 7 dimensions, which covers technical, organizational, human, legal, and external factors. Together, these 7 dimensions give a complete picture of what readiness actually means in practice. The second step, the expert assessment. Organizational readiness was assessed through an expert questionnaire. 16 experts from Social Insurance Board participated. They represented all organizational levels, strategic, tactical, and operational, to make sure we captured a complete picture, not just one perspective. For each of the 7 dimensions, experts answered readiness questions. The questions were based on these 7 dimensions I mentioned before, on Estonian strategic documents and adaptive governance logic. And then, after questions, we received written comments explaining the experts' assessments. They also completed pairwise comparisons, rating each dimensions against the others. These comparisons form the input for the AHP prioritization, which we will see on the next slide. Here are the AHP results. The consistency ratio was 0.02, so the expert judgments are reliable. Human resources and competencies came first. Experts see people's skills and awareness as the most critical factors. The next 3 dimensions are very close. Technology, strategy, and regulation are almost equally important. And the organization need to fix them all together, not just one by one. or not just one area. And then comes data and organizational culture. So the last is the environmental factors scored, was scored the lowest. So what happens inside the organization matters more. But that doesn't mean that environmental factors not important. This information was based on 16 expert comparisons. Now let us look at the employee survey. 26 employees participated. Overall attitudes were positive. Employees are willing to try AI and they strongly expect it to explain its reasoning. However, trust and job fit were more moderate. Employees are not yet confident in AI recommendations or sure how AI fits their daily work. 2 extra findings stand out. Employees expect management to actively guide the process, and they are comfortable with AI assisting but not making the final decision. When AI influences important decisions, anxiety increases. So to conclude, acceptance is positive but conditional. So what do all 3 findings tell us together? The AHP showed that human resources and competencies is the top priority. The expert assessment confirmed competence gaps and data quality as the main practical barriers. Also strong dependence on national registers. And the employee survey showed that the acceptance is positive but conditional. All 3 inputs converge on the same message. Competence development, data governance, and clear rules must be strengthened in parallel. Readiness remains uneven. And SCAO has a social insurance board has a strategic commitment to AI and is directionally prepared. But wide-scale implementation should not proceed until these key gaps are addressed. So what needs to be done? Based on the findings, the main practical implication is that the Social Insurance Board should not move directly to broad AI implementation. First, competence development is needed because human resources and skills were identified as the main readiness bottleneck. Second, data governance and interoperability should be strengthened because reliable data is a key precondition for AI use. Third, AI should be introduced gradually to pilot projects, preferably in lower risk processes. Clear ethical and governance guidelines are also needed to define responsibility, transparency, and human oversight. And finally, social insurance boards' AI development should remain aligned with national AI strategies. And from a theoretical perspective, the finding supports the view that AI readiness is social technical. It depends not only on technology, but also on people governance, data, and organizational conditions. And before we conclude, a few limitations to keep in mind. This is a single case study, so the findings cannot be directly generalized. The data is self-reported, which means perceptions may vary. Employees evaluated the scenario not a real tool, and all context-specific factors could be captured within the scope of this study. And future research should test this approach across multiple organizations. and maybe repeat the assessment after real AI deployment. So to conclude, Social Insurance Board has the right foundations like supportive culture, a clear strategic direction, and employees who are willing. And based on the findings, Social Insurance Board can start with AI pilots, but wider deployment needs more preparation. And future research should come back after real AI deployment to compare expected and actual acceptance and to check how readiness develops over time. Thank you for listening. I will be happy to answer any questions.
She's there, right?
Good morning.
Yeah.
My
Okay.
name is Uliana.
Okay. Thank you, Uljana. Very interesting topic, especially for the public sector. So Estonia is very well developed worldwide. So the topic is very interesting. So if any has any comments, questions,
Yeah,
please.
Thank you. If I could ask about the AHP results, you said that the human resources thing was the highest ranked, but the results, it seemed to me, showed that the first four items were actually similarly ranked, given that you had, 16 experts? So that the differences in those numbers, they'll go in chunks of 0.06. So really, picking the highest ranked one seems to miss the point that there's four of them that are really equally important in those results. Do you have a comment about that?
Yeah, thank you for your point. All dimensions of the result are, I agree with that they are equally important, and also the questionnaire also showed that the data and the technology and also the data management was important. So the results should not be interpreted as one single domain factor. Human resources has the highest weight, but all dimensions are very important to implement AI in organization.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Uljana. I think as your results, if you allow me to comment,
Yeah, of course.
I think organizational and strategic part runs for one way, and AI with a big interrogation sign, it runs, I see in your results, like in the other way, even when your research is about adopting, being readiness for the implementation and use of AI in the public sector. So I think that's the reason of the conclusions by the specialists you surveyed. Yeah, I think it is a very important vision. Yeah. What about the workers, or I don't know, how close is the perception of the experts from the people who work in this area or in the public sector? Yeah.
Sorry, could you please?
I was thinking about how far is the perception of the experts from the people who work.
I need to think a minute. The employee views were generally connected. Experts focused on more on strategic and organizational issues, such as governance, competencies, and data management. But employees tested focused more on practical daily work, and like trust, explainability, and how AI could affect their roles. If I understood your question correctly.
Yeah. That's it. Thank you. Any other? Do you have a question? No, it's okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Uljana. I think we can finish your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So I think we go with Jasmine.
Yeah.
Jasmine, yeah. Now we have Yasmin Amar, Yassin Ben Salem, Mek-110-II. You tell me if I pronounce well. And
My name is correct.
Huh?
My
Yeah.
name is correct.
Okay, perfect. Jun Bujelben.
Yunus Bujelben.
Huh?
Yassin.
Ah.
Yassin.
Yassin Ben Salem.
Okay, Ben Salem. Ahmed Derbel. Yunus Bujelben. Yassin, c'est notre étudiant. Et Ahmed Derbel, Yunus Bujelben, ce sont mes encadrants.
Perfect. So the title of the presentation of Yasmin is Smart Ports, Digital Transformation and Sustainability, a case study of the port of Sousse of Tunisia, right? Okay.
And the point that you will change the slide.
Please, go
Okay.
ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Yasmin Amar. I will present our research, Smart Port, Digital Transformation and Sustainability, a case study to the port of Sousse. This work we done by our research team from Tunisia.
Oh, you can use that. Yeah.
Okay, for today, ports are evolving. There are not just the transportation area. There are become smart and connected system. This transformation is improving, is important to global trade. Smart port use IoT, artificial intelligence, and big data to improve efficiency and performance. At the same time, it reduces environmental impact. This slide shows the evolution of port in 4 generations. The first generation basing on loading and unloading. Second generation, industrial and logistic activity. The third generation, distribution and value-added service. For the third generation, smart power with digital technology and sustainability. So power have evolved from simple operation to smart, connected, and sustainable system. The four main dimensions of the smart power. First, operation, which focus on efficiency, automatic, and real-time logistic management. Second, environmental, which aim to reduce emission and promote sustainable practice. Third, energy, which smart rentability, energy, integration and energy efficiency to low carbon power. Operation. Finally, safety and security, which included cybersecurity, physical safety, and risk management. Together, these four dimensions make power more efficiency, sustainable, and resilience and intelligent. The port of Sousse is the case study of this research. The port is important for Tunisia, but still face infrastructure and digital challenge. Most smart port study focus on large ports, while regional ports are less studied. Therefore, this research examines the factors that can help medium-sized ports become smart port despite limited research. Our objective is to understand how a traditional port can become a smart port. We're focused on the port of Sousse. Okay, we use survey and data analysis to evaluate the current situation of the port. The results show that the port of Sousse fare from smart, no digital technology, manual operation, no corporing moting, no renewable energy. This means the port has low digitalization and low sustainability, so transformation is necessary. We analyzed the situation with the SWOT analysis. The SWOT analysis revealed a mixed strategy position. Strengthening good geographic localization, weakness lack of technology, opportunity digital transformation, and third, strength competition. Now let's move to the econometrics result. The Olst regression show a very strong model with the R square of 0.957. The result confirms that operations are the main drive of the post-smart lens with a strong positive and significant effect. In constant, the environmental effect has significant but unexploded negative effect. Energy and safety variables are not significant and appear to play a supporting role on. Over the findings show that smart port development is mainly driven by operation digitalization and efficiency. The port has strong potential, but it needs digital tools. It needs better environmental strategy. We propose a prompt, short-time IoT AI digital system, efficiency improve, and longer-term automatization, smart machine, smart energy system, advanced cybersecurity. This main result, digitalization is the priority. Also, environmental action are seen as a cost, so we must change the perception. To conclude, smart port of the future, digitalization is essentially Sustainability must be integrated. The Port of Sousse can be a model for other developing ports. Thank you for our attention.
Thank you, Yasmin. If any has a question?
Can you tell us about the regression? You rather skipped over that. What were you regressing against what? What was the input data to the regression?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. For the first time, we analyzed the SWOT analysis. We make the opportunity, the strengths and weaknesses. Second, we'll make a survey. The question, we analyze it principal composite analysis. We choose 4 dimensions: operation, environmental, energy, and safety security. One factor has a hypothesis. The hypothesis operation is a positive effect. Environmental has a positive effect. Energy and the safety. And for the regression, we make the factor on model Ol's regression model, and the result is R square 0.957.
I think the sample size, it was 20 stakeholders.
20.
Yeah, 20.
The sample.
That's it.
May I please, if
No, this, what are you regressing against what? What are what's the
Dependent.
left-hand side of the regression equation?
The dependent variable is smart.
Yeah,
Yeah, a smart
variable
port.
dependent is smart port.
So
Like a dichotomic variable.
Okay. The variable.
and what are the units of smart port?
The units of measure. Yeah, the units of.
What's
yeah.
the
Yeah.
what smart port is as one variable means what? What are its units? Is it are we talking money? We talking
Cost.
Yeah.
Reducing cost.
Reducing
That's,
costs.
so we're talking.
how did you
we're talking-
measure smart? How did you measure this
Yeah.
variable specifically? So when you
Yes or
run
not,
questionnaires.
or with a number, ordinal.
The smart port, it's evaluation of smart port. You talk about evolution of smart port.
No.
Maybe I can
No,
explain. So
what
in
is
your
this is so you've got this regression equation. Smart port equals beta times this by beta times that. What's the value of smart port? What is the units?
Emissions saved.
Emissions.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So that's
Numeric
carbon
or
per
dummy or-
unit of work or something. What are the what's the actual unit? What's the so you've got some value there. What are the units of that value? What are the
Variable.
yes? So
The variable is operation, environmental, energy.
yeah. So what are they measured in? You've got to have for a regression. You've got to have things with the same units, right? Or you've got what are the units that you're measuring? Yeah.
No.
Do we have an Arabic speaker?
French.
I don't speak French, but Arabic is do you speak Arabic? Okay, so عم نسأل هون مين الواي يعني مين independent variable. So وكيف قستيه؟ يعني شو عملتي لتقدر تجيبي to quantify لتعطيه رقم؟ يعني شو اللي عملتيه لتقدري تعطيه رقم؟
Analyze component. I will the survey
Okay.
the survey question
Okay.
for the response of the health holders. I make a factor of analysis component. He take me the value.
So يعني عملتي المعدل mean values of the
Yes, analyze component.
بس هو شو كان Likert scale questions ولا شو اللي كان يعني شو عملت
Écart.
Likert scale
L'écart.
بس dependent للواي ولا كمان other variables
لا
للكل؟
للكل.
Okay. So it's a cross sectional basically.
Yeah.
Tu as une copie du questionnaire sur toi?
Oui, je peux le mettre.
Good, الحمد
She says Likert scale. Yeah?
Apparently it's a
PCA?
questionnaire that has different
Okay.
sections,
Okay.
Likert scale, and then they did the mean.
I think seeing the questionnaire is going to solve a lot of our questions here. Yeah. Lula. كيفك?
تمام الحمد لله.
Nice to meet you.
Same here.
PCA value is a dependent variable.
No, probably she utilized the principal component analysis to do
The PCA is just a statistical approach
the tool.
in order to assess the
The four dimensions. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That's it.
And I believe it's very important because she's having a mixed methods approach. So moving from a qualitative to a quantitative approach, she decided to go for a PCA to assess the reliability of the.
Yeah, I'm just worried about the regression because unless all the variables on the right-hand side and the left-hand side have the same units,
Absolutely.
then the weights are not going to be dimensionless. They're going to depend on differences in units as well as on weights. So I guess the thing that I would like to know is whatever the units are, they're measured in the same way for all four things.
I think as well she has some normal and non-normal.
This is
Normal.
We can put it on the computer.
It is
We can share it on here as well.
okay.
Can we make sure?
Yeah.
That's
okay.
That is best if you can project, I guess.
Yeah, we can project it as well. We can try.
you wanna
You can bring it here. I think so. Let's try.
And by the way, Yasmin, it's fine. C'est bon, hein? Don't worry. There is nothing. It's just that sometimes it's fine tuning in the way we apply the PCA analysis that would make a lot of difference.
Right. I think she has the answer, but she didn't understand what was the major question.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
She moved from a qualitative, semi-structured questions interview to
Quantitative.
test,
They were transformed into.
to transform. And I think throughout this
try
process
this one.
somewhere
Sorry.
something
It's very similar to Anna, my
was
student,
not
what
updated.
she did come in.
Yasmine, ils sont juste là en train de t'aider et s'il y a quelque chose à corriger, juste pour le faire. Mais sinon, la qualité du travail, elle est excellente. Hein.
Yes, okay.
C'est just
Right. So what are they measured in? What are the units of smart?
خلينا نشوف كيف عملتي للفاريبل يعني كيف طلع معك كيف طلعت مثلا سمارت سو شو الارقام اللي طلعوا كيف قدرت توصلي له اذا مش الايكويشن يعني
the base it's not for ماهيش موجودة عندي.
اوكي.
Tu as le questionnaire.
Oui, le questionnaire.
Déjà, on commence par le questionnaire. Ça va nous donner, it's gonna give us the main variable and then the items or the scales that you used. It's gonna help a lot already.
شو results using
It's
data
from SPSS.
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 Yeah.
Yeah. This is SPSS. tout en haut, juste avant les statistiques. Voilà, voilà.
Okay, the questionnaire was classement par domaine.
Okay.
Okay, operation, environmental, energy, and safety and security.
But then how did you transform that? يعني كيف حولتيهم ل numeric values?
ACP. Factor.
Yeah, PCA, yeah.
Okay.
This is
Principal components.
This is what you
So,
asked in the
yeah.
interview.
Yes, this is
Yeah.
the interview.
LTLP.
Après, nous allons faire analyse en composantes principales.
Ok, mais quand tu as transféré en fait le questionnaire de qualitatif en quantitatif, donc comment ils ont rempli les questions?
Par facteur.
Ok, et tu as donné le Likert scale, donc tu as envoyé Google Forms.
Non, c'est face à face.
They're yes, no
Okay, so
questions.
face to face. Okay.
Face to face. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but they're yes, no questions, not Likert scale.
Not
No,
Likert
no,
scale,
no.
exactly.
So, all right, then how, you get an answer from someone. How do you turn that into a numerical value?
Je vais t'expliquer. Là, ça, c'est un questionnaire qualitatif.
Qualitatif,
Yeah.
oui.
Qualitative.
Donc, pour transférer et pour pouvoir faire le PCA, il faut que tu aies déjà des moyennes. Et puis, par exemple, chaque question, de 1 à 5, disagree, agree, strongly agree. Donc, comment tu as fait le transfert? How did you transfer the answers from a qualitative answer to a
Numeric,
quantitative, to be able to have the means and the averages and, you know, to be able to proceed with the PCA analysis?
Alors, parce que c'est pas moi ce que fait l'enquête.
Okay, so somebody took.
C'est mon
Okay.
étudiant qui a fait cette enquête.
So this is something to consider, you know, for later on.
Connected.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
That's it, Doctor? Yeah?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Yasmin. Yeah.
أنا كان عندي نفس السؤال. يعني هو الفاريبل كيف انعمل؟ بعدين السامبل سايز is very small.
Exactly.
You cannot actually generalize in 20 is not. هلا كيف انعملت يعني on what basis انعملت الكالكوليشن للسامبل سايز بشكل عام؟ So
If the sample size is the total number of the population, so in case this is acceptable.
It is the total number of.
So it is acceptable.
Sample size 20.
Yes.
You can change the slide a bit. Other way. Laser.
Yeah, sure.
Sont bonnes. Les variables.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. I'm presenting actually on behalf of my student Yara Kubrsi. Unfortunately, given the situation in Lebanon.
Can you say your name, please?
Yeah, my name is Mohammed Mekki. This is my colleague Rima Rouhana, and our student was Yara Kubrsi. This is that was initially a thesis in her master's degree in HR specifically, and then we turned it into a small article. So. We're actually talking about incorporating AI in the recruitment process. So basically, we are trying to understand two major goals of this paper, which is assessing the AI integration into the recruitment process in general, whether it is efficient, because it is transparent, consistent, less time consuming, it's good in selection. And the other one is to understand and explore the efficiency or satisfaction of the result of this AI selection process. And as well as to explore the limitations and challenges associated with this whole process, because automatically having AI doesn't mean you have the efficient. You have to take into consideration other elements and consideration that will be explained during this presentation. So two major, of course, the thesis actually tested several hypotheses, but here we are focusing on mainly two. So the first one is understanding if AI-based recruitment positively affects the recruitment outcomes by improving its efficiency, speed, transparency. The second one is understanding if there's a negative or indirect or inverse relationship between the limitations and the challenges on the whole recruitment process. When we talk about the negative or the challenges and the limitations, we're talking about basically on the lack of human interaction, some ethical concerns, as well as the cultural misalignment that might be there due to the absence of the human interaction with the candidate at the same time. Of course, the literature is very important, and we have a lot of studies talking about incorporating AI in human resource management. It leads to efficient, fast process. But again, we only focused specifically on two major, I will be quoting those two main studies or theories. The resource-based view, which helps in grounding out this study, and it states that the AI serves as strategic resource. So it is as a resource, perceived as a resource that enhances human capital by optimizing talent acquisition and work planning, while the second theory is mainly the technology acceptance model, and it perceives AI as actually a tool. So it refers to the belief that AI tools like chatbots, applicant tracking systems can improve job performance by automating resume screening, and scheduling. And of course, the literature goes beyond that and explores the challenges of AI, specifically when it comes to the transparency, the privacy of the data, because it becomes more public to the team. The scholars argue also that the AI can reduce human element in recruitment, because sometimes you need to sit with the candidate and understand beyond just the major terminologies that usually the tools are fed with. So this is another factor that was also taken into consideration. Of course, with the Yara ran a questionnaire specifically in the food and beverage sector in Lebanon. So the sample size was determined to be 108, but unfortunately she was only able to receive 75 responses from different HR professionals in different companies in Lebanon. It was a structured questionnaire based on several sections, so general information, and then the first section was actually trying to it was built as a Likert scale questionnaire, trying to understand what are the determinants of several variables. So mainly recruitment with AI. It had several statements, and they were evaluated as a Likert scale from 1 to 5. The same goes to the traditional recruitment, satisfaction with AI, satisfaction without AI. So those are 4 variables, and then the limitations and challenges that comes out of the AI process. Of course, the variables were transformed through mean scores, and then simple regression, multiple linear regression analysis was used to test the hypothesis, both the two hypotheses. Of course, then normality test, variance inflation factor for multicollinearity, heteroscedasticity, and Ramsey for specification, for model specification were also conducted. The correlation matrix is in front of you, as you can see, and you can see here that we have high correlation between satisfaction with AI in selecting the applicants and recruitment with AI, which comes to be very highly correlated. And of course, what can be also highlighted here is that there is a very low correlation between the traditional recruitment process without using AI and recruitment with AI, which means they are distinct, they are completely separate or different processes. This is the first regression model. And in the first regression model, of course, the dependent variable is the satisfaction without AI. It was tested to understand the relation with incorporating AI and understanding if the challenges and limitations affect the whole process, and it is significant. It was positive here, as you can see. So more limitations and challenges would affect and would lead to shifting towards the traditional way of recruitment. The other variables, the traditional recruitment goes along with the satisfaction without AI, so it goes along with the theory. The second model was also run to understand the relation between satisfaction with AI, now using AI in the process of recruitment, and the major variable which was significant was recruitment with AI, which is basically in line with the theory. Of course, this one challenges and limitations was negative, but unfortunately it was not significant yet. It proves that, of course, having challenges and limitations would decrease the satisfaction during this whole process. So let's sum up the major findings of this study. So AI-based recruitment significantly improves the efficiency and the speed of recruitment and the selection process, of course. And usually AI tools, they enhance the screening. Organizations using AI reported higher satisfaction with recruitment outcomes. AI systems help reduce administrative workload. But of course, you need to upskill the team that is using those tools. The study identified several challenges, mainly algorithm bias, lack of transparency, reduced human interaction. Respondents noted that AI systems have limitations in assessing soft skills, personality traits, and organizational cultural fit. This is because the human interaction is very limited. Human oversight remains essential, and the findings suggest that AI should complement. It's not viewed in this article as a resource, but yet it is viewed as a tool. So it should complement rather than fully replace human involvement in recruitment and selection process. As a conclusion, I would just highlight this, that AI should be adopted as a supportive tool alongside with the human oversight to achieve more effective, fair, balanced recruitment processes instead of just using it for the whole process. So this is it in very brief and open for your questions and
thank
discussion.
you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Yeah, if any has a question, please.
I've got to go again first.
Yeah, please.
So you surveyed HR professionals. Do you have plans to survey other people involved in the recruitment process, like potential recruits?
To go to different sectors.
Well, because the HR professionals, of course, want operational efficiency and all the rest of the things that were pointed out there, but that's not to say the recruits enjoy any of this, right?
It is Yara focused on this specific sectors, but currently we are running a broader questionnaire, a bigger sample, not with Yara officially, but with other colleagues, on different sectors, including textile, including hotels, and some public institutions, the airport, and as well as some public schools.
Yes, I was not thinking so much of different sectors as different stakeholders within the same sector.
Oh, you mean not only the HR manager, for example. So this could be considered, of course, but what we're doing at this moment is to spread across different sectors to see the different aspects or different if the sector could, benefit from this process in compared to another sector. But what you're saying is very important as well, to see different dimensions, not only HR, maybe the finance, maybe the other team as well.
Yeah, and the recruits themselves.
Recruiters.
Yeah,
Potential recruiters.
Yes, absolutely. Then this is a different topic. Just to understand if the process is satisfactory for them. Do they think they are well evaluated, or perhaps there's a problem or bias in it? But this is definitely something else to explore as well.
Yeah,
no, we're not doing it. We're not at this moment, but maybe we can definitely.
No, it would be interesting to do.
Absolutely.
Because every student I've been involved with, after they graduate and looking for a job, they hate the AI.
Yeah, sure.
Right? It's the technology unacceptance model. Not sure.
Sure.
That's another question.
True. Yeah.
It's interesting to do.
Any others? So I like to make a comment of your work. It is very precise in the topic. The tool you use for the survey, for the using AI or don't using AI. As a reader of this kind of topics related with technology, implementing emerging technologies, so we know they can save a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of there are activities time consuming a lot. So recruitment is one of those. So I see your model. So I think there is no variable related with what they think about saving money, because maybe it influenced
This was there was one or two statements in the questionnaire talking about the efficiency in saving money, efficiency in saving time, and so on. But there's another aspect that for me, myself, regardless of this specific one, is incorporating AI, utilizing AI in the process of recruitment should go towards specific type of job descriptions. When it comes to the management, or when it comes to, for example, you're selecting a project manager, or you're selecting someone in a more senior position, there should be definitely more interviews, different type of process. Maybe you just screen several CVs to give ranking, but you cannot actually rely on that. So again, another factor that should be considered is the type of employees or the type of job description to be to rely actually on AI as well.
Okay. Thank you, because I was saying that because with emerging technologies, we can experiment every day, almost free, or in the long run, almost free. So I think it is very influenced by the answer. I think that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. ¿Quieres preguntar algo, Erika?
Question.
Sí. Si quieres en español, y aquí te ayudo.
Ya, mejor.
Sí.
Thank you. El reclutamiento es un tema muy interesante. It's very important, ¿no?
Recruiting is very important.
Pero, ¿hasta qué punto la inteligencia artificial te mide la calidad total del profesional?
What is the capability of AI to measure of the level of professionalism of the person recruited?
¿Por qué?
Yeah.
¿Por qué? En mi país, las personas que trabajan, por ejemplo, en entidades del Estado que hacen control, pasan un proceso muy riguroso, es decir,
in public
psicológico.
Sector, very rigorous ways for contracting people. In bureaucracy.
It is used to
in Peru, for example.
In Peru. So they're using it to recruit in the public sector.
Very rigorous. Yeah.
Y la corrupción sigue creciendo. Es decir, no hay un filtro que garantice que a la persona que contratas es una persona pro o buena o adecuada.
Yeah. Corruption. Yeah, corruption is very high, so it is hard to guarantee. It is hard to guarantee or mitigate that.
Because usually the recruiters sometimes they are already biased and corrupted. So
maybe.
Solo un ejemplo. 500 preguntas para determinar si la persona va a cometer actos de corrupción.
100 questions only to know if the person is going to
perform
corruption. Yeah, to perform corruption.
Psychological.
500.
But this means there's like a process of questions that the candidate should answer, and then accordingly they will be ranked or evaluated.
The answers, they evaluate.
Okay.
They evaluate.
So this is application part. This is not the recruitment by itself.
Yeah.
So as if there's something. You're opening an application and then you're applying.
Yeah.
But this is the very initial phase, and then the recruitment comes there. Right? So this is one of the steps.
Primero una de las fases que preguntan y luego ya viene otra fase un poco más profunda. ¿No?
En realidad es complejo.
Sí. She says it's more complex.
Porque la inteligencia artificial hay cosas que no resuelven.
Yeah, because there are different things that are unresolved. Yeah.
So maybe AI
in public sector they are very rigorous sometimes.
No, yes. Yeah. Even in Lebanon we have very high corruption. Usually if someone knows someone, you open, for example, the call for applications, but you know that because he knows them or her, they will be definitely recruited. So if you apply, if hundreds apply, you know that there's a specific person that will be recruited.
It's very
directive. So there's a problem of transparency as well. So another thing to mitigate for this problem is to actually put it in public. So the process should be shown in public to see exactly what happened, how it happened, and so on. But what you were saying could be the very first element in the recruitment process is to understand who qualifies in anti-corruption, and then you take them to another,
como un primer
another
filtro para
scale
saber
of,
quién es más probo y menos corrupto y todo eso, y luego ya continúo. Okay.
Y no solo corruption, también topics of lawyers o abogados con malas decisiones en procesos.
Recruiting lawyers, yeah.
For example.
Thank you,
Yeah,
thank you.
intervene. Thank you so much. Any? So? So we finished this session. Thank you so much.
It's complex. It's complex. No.
Thank you, Ken.
No problem.
Very professional. Speaking about recruitment.
It's very interesting.
Indeed, very interesting.
A very debatable topic, honestly, because there are plenty of things to discover in this. But it's becoming more frequent to use really AI in screening, in ranking candidates, and so on. So
Yes. I
Even for
believe
jokes.
that, es posible
it's possible.
Is it possible?
que la inteligencia artificial
AI
logre
achieve
medir más a un profesional, no
measure more
solo
a professional.
por capacidades.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
it is.
absolutely,
It is.
yeah.
It is.
No
It
solo
is.
porque
But-
But what I believe from my part, from my perspective, is that it should be a complementary tool in the whole process. You cannot
Yes.
completely remove
No.
the human input.
But
Exactly.
the
No se puede
professional
remover.
is doctor, PhD, but is
Absolutely.
Yeah,
bad
absolutely.
professional.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting. Yeah.
Is, for example, the politics in my country.
شغلك كتير منيح.
Well, exactly. I mean, it's not surprising though that people would want to use AI or other tools in recruitment, because recruitment is really a very sort of low return activity.
Toma una foto y te la mando.
Can
I
you
take you a
please take
picture?
a
Yeah,
photo?
please. Yeah.
Before you
Yeah.
find a recruit
Perfect.
that you want to put
As
in.
a joke, I say,
It's
so
it's very
for
time
viáticos.
consuming for what you get out of it, which is not surprising that people.
Please, if you want to come to take a picture,
Yes,
please.
come for a photo. Would be maybe we can do it as
Yeah, we can do it
selfie.
one and see selfie.
Yeah, yo tomo
Maybe one, I take you one, y luego tú nos tomas una si quieres.
Come, please join.
A lot of phones.
You should charge for photographs. Every time someone takes a photograph from a conference, you should charge them €25.
Yes,
That will
we have this.
that will improve the economics of the conference quite a bit.
Say tequila. Perfect.
I thought
One with you.
One more phone.
Thank you.
Can we have this as well?
Let's do a photo session now.
Yeah.
I'm going to stand with the money.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We didn't test her skills with AI to make sure that she was a suitable photographer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's mine. I'm selling photos for $1.
Yeah. Sí, ¿cómo no? Sí.
الحمد لله أنا من زمان فليت.
Está tu cámara.
نشكر الله.
Que no la veo.
I can't صراحة يعني work with them at all.
عم بدعس
Yes,
على
you're
الإيميل. لأنه this is what I usually do. I made muscles, good muscles.
يا ويلي.
شو هيدا too much.
يلا.
ناسي عويناتي بالهيدا فكرت حتى عوينات الشمس هن عوينات كمان.
Ya me voy a presentar yo.
¿Aquí?
Sí, no sé.
Ah.
Déjame ver.
رجعي قلبي نطفي هيك. كأنك عم تعملي بريزنتاسيون. أنا سوري عن جد سوري.
Déjame ver en dónde estoy. ¿Dónde me toca?
فيني فتحها شوي بدي. سي بون، هيدي مبينة كأنك عم تعملي بريزنتاسيون.
انا قلت لك يجي هكا باش
مع انه اجت قالت لي اجت قالت لي
شكون؟
اجت قالت لي سبيسيفيكمون.
انا ليه انا جاي له ريفلكس انت نجم
انت
تنسى
صورتيها؟
صورتها ما هي دخلت راديو قلت لها ابعد حبيت تاخذها على الاكران لا فهمتك اما حبيتك تجي هكا شوي باش اسمعني البارح حكيت لك البيل نتاعك ما عنديش انترنت البارح دونك خرجنا معناها مشينا به ريستورانت مشينا شيرة هكا شو اسمه هو ريستو ايطاليان في الشيرة ما نعرفيش البلاد حطيناه على جوجل مابس ومشينا
ريستو ايطاليان مع الحقيقة الأسواق اللي لقيناها
اي انا باهي مش غالية برشا البلاد في بلاد
مش غالية خليها يقرا
انت تفاجئك جاب ربي الاولى انا الحق ما فهمتش شنو هي المشكل
هو المشكلة فيش أنا ريت كان جدي
اللي بالك.
متها أوكي نجم نجيب حتى بالفرنسي المشكلة فيش
انت تو بريزونت الترافاي
l'encadrant تاعي يخطب معاه خاطر هو ما ينجمش يجي
اي انت بطبيعتك
انا اللي ريديجيت البابي خاطر هو بعث لي الرابور انا اللي ريديجيت البابي شنو باش نحط فيه
بريزونتاسيون ولا تاع بابي
لا البابي ريدكسيون تاع البابي والبريزونتاسيون انا عملت انا لونكي والموديل لونكادرون تاعو اللي كان اليوم اللي خدمهم
وذيك عليك كبش لك في لي فالور قال كيفاش لقيتهم لي فالور هذوك شوف لي فالور نقول لك هاكا نفسرهم ايوا ديجا
90 ولا
شفت حسب ما شفتوا قال لك
انا ليس ديسكريبتيف هيك عملت
ما نعرفش
يمكن ما وريتش انا كوم يلفو في البريزونتاسيون انا قعدت ما حبيتش نوريهم ديتاي يظل كان عملت العكس خير قعدت خايفه قلت تسكرينيش بزاف قلت ما نحطوش هنا برشا
اي السلايد شويه
برشا سلايد كان خير
شويه نعرف
يلا نتسالش
هيك هاو تعديتها الحمد لله ستريس ينقص
ايش البرنامج اليوم؟
عندنا ديني قلع
ايوه بعد الدنيا قلع 10 يبقى الدنيا قلع
هي بلاد سكر 9 شفتهاش بالحق نحن 9 الريستورون ديجا قالوا لنا
لا طريقة البارح 11 نتاع الليل وكل شيء الليل
الشيرة نسكن فيها نحن مش برشا حية فيها ديجا حتى
انا ريت كي دخلت ل 11 الجماعة مازالوا يدندنوا حاطين مزيكا وتوا قاعد يمشي عند الجو انا ولا الريستورون عندنا محلولين
لا 9 سكروا احنا ديجا قالت لنا 9 راهو مسكروا راهو نشوف وقتاش نكملوا الساعة الليلة نقدر فما سبيكتاكل من بعد
هوني باش يصير ولا وين؟
لا باش يقولوا لنا على البلاصة من بعد
باش
يقولوا لنا شو اسمه جينار
قلت له بالله حليلي عايش
يعرف ما يعرف مش وكذا
انا الأكثرية تاع باش نقصد ربي نمشي ندور
مش بتكمل في الواحد
غدا الحقيقة حتى نروحها بكري
مش نعمل تو كولتوريل
مانيش نعمل التور هيك عملت دونك لازمني اليوم نبروفيتي شوية كهو دونك قلت نمشي هذا نشوف مدام مريم يظل عندها بريزونتاسيون مش بريزونتاسيون
أي ساعة؟
سيسيون
عندها سيسيون
oled tubli, sa oled saanud isegi tead selle oma õige tausta siia.
siin on hea akustika siin toodud.
Jah.
Et sur cette nouvelle envie et vous amuser directement de façon additionnelle. Vous trouvez des détails sur le travail qui a été fait sur la première référence et tout en haut à gauche de cette zéro. Et je vous remercie.
Hello Marve, do you hear us?
Good morning.
Do you hear us? Is this sound from you that is coming?
Yeah, I'm going to take a seat in order to participate. Thank you. So the door.
Okay, we start 12:20. It's good that you hear me and I hear you. So this is perfect.
Problem with the title of my communication because I already changed it in EasyChair, but it remains with the previous title. So I've been wondering if you can just in the certificate make the correct title.
Not now.
Is it possible?
You have to send an email to Anis, to program committee, not to me. I'm not able to change this, but if you send email to Anis, all will be fixed.
Yeah, I've already done this.
Then
Thank you.
don't worry. Then don't worry. Then all will be as it should. So now we start approximately in 13 minutes. Just let's wait a little bit. Others are coming. Just I will switch off currently the microphone. So
that's okay.
We have a remote session here, or
Probably yes. What do you mean, remote?
remote distance from distance.
Teams.
Teams.
Yes, yes, we have teams, and actually two
papers.
3 papers. But actually, Marwa, as I understand, I pronounce your name correctly,
Marwa.
Marwa,
yeah.
Marwa. And as I understand, you have two papers, yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, okay, and those papers are here. And the first paper should be this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, then just I will start this. I will make this as
No, because she's presenting remotely from Tunisia.
Going to present navigating the ethical minefield of agentic AI in education, hallucinations, bias, and accountability. So,
ma loodan. aga kas tal on slaidid, tal ei ole seda?
Sul ei ole ühtegi online'i siis ei ole?
Ta on küll online, aga tal on slaidid siin, tal ei ole seda.
is that the first presentation?
This is the first presentation, yes, should be.
Yeah, that's the first. Thank you.
Yeah, this is the first presentation, and now you should see also the screen.
Yeah,
but
it's already shared. I'll start with a brief introduction.
Yeah, and now it's first slide. Yep.
Yes.
Good. Then let's wait when the session starts.
Huvitav, kas sa saad talle kontrolli anda, et ta saab ise slaide vaadata?
Jah.
Teamsis saab vist anda seda kontrolli. Ma ei tea, kas võib-olla see peab olema. Vaata, kas see on seal kontrollis äkki. See. More jällegi. Kõik on hiirata.
Jah. Siin, kas on seal kuskil Marva?
Võib-olla on see, et ta ei ole meie organisatsiooni.
Ei ole meie organisatsiooni.
Siis ta pruugi saada.
Jah.
Või siis, kui tal on enda slaid, siis ta saab ise ju screen share'ida ja siis...
But if you have your slides there, you can share screen. Otherwise is that you just ask me to press next.
Yeah, just press next because I'm already in another conference and I have not the presentation.
Okay, then just tell me press next and then we start. So we have 8 minutes. I will take also coffee and I will give you the give me back later.
هشام احنا on a proposé انك تكون انديجي مريم puisqu'elle a fait hier.
Ok, je vais me débrouiller.
نجيب لك البروجرام.
Là, c'est bon, je l'ai ici.
Très bien,
J'ai le
voilà.
site en fait. Je vais programme. Ou peut-être نقولها c'est beaucoup plus late, non? نكبروا به شوية late. نعطوها late.
اللي تعمل البارح.
أنا عملت صباح.
عملت الصباح.
عملت صباح.
ما تنقول.
Si ça, شوف, si je peux vous dépanner.
أنا إن شاء الله تكون
Tout à l'heure quand elle a présenté.
D'accord. Sarah m'a dit. Parce qu'elle a lu les papiers. Voilà, on fait le.
صافي ما تجاوبش.
Okay, I'm.
Hello Marwa.
Yes, I'm with you.
Okay, perfect. Let's start our session. My name is Hicham Sadok. I'm from Rabat University from Morocco. I'm honored to be with you this morning, and we have 3 papers, 2 from you, Marwa. The first one is navigating the ethical minefield of agentic AI in education. You have 10-15 minutes maximum to bridge the essential ideas and your key finding. And we will have some comments, some question coming from the public here. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you, sir. As you've seen, I've already sent the presentation with the voice. So you just press OK, and it will turn. It works alone. You see?
Yes.
Just press OK.
Automatically, you have recorded your presentation.
Yeah.
Okay, 1 moment, please.
Yeah, it's recorded. So you just make the diaporama, and it will work.
I try.
It will work.
Okay, 1 moment. We will see.
So I'll start with a brief introduction, then I'll present the literature review, 3 core ethical risks, governance positions. I'll explain a little bit the methodology, and then I'll
turn the voice on.
So AI systems in education are becoming more autonomous and adaptive. They offer personalized learning.
So if you want, I will present by myself. There's no problem.
No. Just let's wait a little bit. We start to
I'll wait.
Just wait a bit. And
yeah.
What I have to do.
Just start.
Yes, just
from beginning.
This is from the beginning. Now this is Zara.
Present navigating the ethical minefield of agentic.
I don't want this.
It's this one. I think it's okay.
No. There is some issue. Stop sharing. So start this again.
navigating the ethical minefield.
So now it's the beginning. Let's start this share. I have to ask some, but actually we are hearing it. Only you are not.
No problem. Are you hearing the
Yes,
the voice?
we are hearing, but I don't
It's
know
okay.
how. Yes, and I will tell you when this is finished. You will see this, and then
Yes. Okay.
yes,
No problem.
up to this,
Okay.
I will just switch you off. That's all what I do.
Okay.
Mute participant and also this. And now it should start from the beginning.
Good morning. Today I'm going to present navigating the ethical minefield of agentic AI in education, hallucinations, bias, and accountability.
Greetings. My name is Rainer. I'm a PhD student here at Caltech, and
now something is totally wrong. Sorry. Now I have to.
No problem.
Currently, it means that we have two. What we have here.
So I'll start with a brief introduction.
Can you ask Ken a little bit? Ken, it's next door. Let Ken come here. He probably is there. Okay.
Yeah.
Just wait.
Does it work?
Just wait.
Yeah. Okay.
Just wait.
Okay. Okay.
Ma arvan, mingi asi sealt hakkas sisse tulema. Teine Teams hakkas meile sisse tulema. See saab mingi loogiline asi olla. Ma ei näe neid inimesi, aga ma kuulsin neid.
Aga kellelgi teisel oli.
Ja, võib-olla see oli jah, et kellelgi teisel oli see asi sees. Nii, let's try again. Something is... I will mute all of you currently, both participants. I will mute, otherwise we are not able to hear here in classroom. So and please don't mute yourself. I will come back when the presentation is finished. So and now we try again this.
Slideshows on heli.
I'm going to present navigating the ethical minefield of agentic AI in education, hallucinations, bias, and accountability. So I'll start with a brief introduction. Then I'll present the literature review, 3 core ethical risks, governance positions. I'll explain a little bit the methodology, and then I'll finish with the framework. And so AI systems in education are becoming more autonomous and adaptive. They offer personalized learning, adaptive feedback, automated student support. Recent AI systems are evolving from simple tools into agentic AI systems capable of autonomous decision making. So current educational AI governance framework are not designed for autonomous AI agents, which creates major risks such as ambiguous accountability, algorithmic bias amplification, hallucinated or misleading outputs, reduced human oversight, inequity. So existing institutional policies mainly focus on academic misconduct, general AI use guidelines, but they rarely address autonomous decision-making, persistent
for health
AI agent,
information
multi-agent
system
educational
integration
environments, and responsibility allocation when
between
harm
modern
occurs.
medical information system
So
participants.
this raises some
Our
ethical
goal
risks
in
such as
and of itself
hallucinations,
is to bring
bias
this research
amplification,
Other room
and
and comes here.
accountability problems by wondering who is responsible,
Stop.
whether the developers, institutions, educators, or AI systems. So the study is guided by responsible AI governance theory and human-generated AI frameworks. The major question that this study aims to answer is how can agentic AI systems in education can be governed to ensure clear accountability, reduced hallucinations, bias mitigation, and ethical oversight while preserving ethical educational. So this study aims to identify ethical risks of AIs in education, evaluate current governance mechanisms, and develop an ethical governance framework integrating accountability allocation, bias mitigation, human oversight, explainability, and hallucination. So here I'm highlighting the three core ethical risks that emerge when AI systems become agentic and autonomous in education. The first is hallucinated decision making. So unlike traditional AI tools that only generate a single response, agentic systems can carry hallucinations across entire autonomous action chains. A false assumption, for example, incorrectly inferring that a student already understands prerequisite material, can shape personalized learning pathways, assessments, and recommendations. Because these systems use persistent memory and feedback loops, errors can become self-reinforcing and increasingly difficult to detect over time. This creates the risk of cascading educational harm if there is insufficient human verification and oversight. The second risk is bias amplification. Agentic AI systems continuously learn and adapt from historical data, but educational data often reflects existing inequalities. When biased outputs are used as inputs in future decisions, the system can intensify disparities rather than simply reproduce them. Bias can spread through coordination between multiple agents, through feedback from previous recommendations, and through ongoing model updates. In practice, this may systematically disadvantage already marginalized students by narrowing opportunities or steering them into less favorable learning pathways. This is why fairness monitoring and human-in-the-loop interventions are essential. The third risk is the accountability gap. As decision-making becomes distributed across multiple autonomous agents, institutional actors, and technical components, responsibility for harmful outcomes becomes unclear. Traditional governance frameworks in universities were designed for student misconduct or conventional software tools, not for autonomous systems making educational decisions with limited human intervention. Without explicit governance structures, audit trails, and oversight protocols, no single actor can be clearly held accountable when harm occurs. Together, these risks show why governance for agentic AI must be beyond simple compliance or risk management. The literature argues for embedded ethical principles across the entire AI lifestyle, including transparency, fairness, accountability, explainability, and continuous human oversight. supported by institutional governance mechanisms and human-centered. So, governance mechanisms such as explainability protocols, human-in-the-loop controls, and post-deployment monitoring reduce the likelihood and propagation of hallucinated decisions in agentic AI systems. The integration of bias mitigation strategies limits bias amplification across student subgroups, and clearly defined accountability structures enhance trust and reduce ethical risk in educational AI systems. This slide presents the methodology used for the study. We conducted a structured literature review focused on governance and ethical risks of agentic AI in education. The literature selection process began with 412 initial search results collected from major academic databases including Google Scholar, Scopus, and Web of Science, covering publications from 2020 to 2025. After removing duplicates, the data set was reduced to 368 studies. We then conducted title and abstract screening, narrowing the pool to 173 articles, and after full evaluation, 96 studies were finally included in the analysis. For the analytical approach, we used thematic coding, which involved iterative reading, categorization, and comparison of the literature to identify recurring ethical risks and governance mechanisms related to agentic AI systems. The analysis was organized around 2 dimensions. First, we identified 3 major ethical risk categories: hallucinated decision-making, bias amplification across student groups, and accountability gaps. Second, we mapped governance responses into 4 categories: explainability protocols, human-in-the-loop controls, auditability and traceability systems, and continuous post-deployment monitoring. These dual structure allowed us to systematically connect specific risks with corresponding governance mechanisms. To strengthen the theoretical foundation, the findings were interpreted through 2 complementary frameworks: the responsible AI governance and institutional theory, and the human-centered AI frameworks. So, the governance architecture illustrated in the figure shows a layered oversight model. The agentic AI system operates through planning, reasoning, and memory components, while governance mechanisms including audit, logging, bias detection, explainability tools, monitoring systems, and human oversight continuously interact with the system through feedback loops. This reflects the study's central argument: governance for agentic AI must be continuous and life cycle based rather than limited to static pre-deployment checks. So this figure presents the proposed governance architecture for agentic AI in education and summarizes how ethical oversight is embedded throughout the AI lifestyle. The architecture begins with the input layer, where the system receives data such as student queries, educator requests, and institutional information. These input feed into the agentic AI systems, which differs from traditional AI because it can autonomously plan, reason, use persistent memory, and execute multiple step actions with limited human interventions. At the center of the model is the autonomous AI system itself, because these systems can make adaptive decisions over time. The study argues that governance cannot rely only on pre-deployment testing. Instead, governance must remain active and continuous during system operation. This is why the next layer is the governance layer, which embeds oversight mechanisms directly into the system. These mechanisms include audit logging for traceability, bias detection to identify unfair outcomes, explainability tools to make decisions interpretable, and continuous monitoring to detect drift, hallucination, or harmful behavior over time. Finally, the output layer represents the AI-generated recommendations, feedback, or learning decisions that reach students. Importantly, these outputs are not treated as automatically trustworthy. They are reviewed, validated, and corrected where necessary before being acted upon. So, hallucination decision making. So agentic AI system can spread a single incorrect decision across multiple autonomous actions, creating cascading educational harm. So bias amplification in creating data and system design can intensify over time through feedback loops, adaptive learning, and persistent memory. Accountability gaps. Because decisions are contributed across autonomous systems and institutional actors, responsibility for harmful outcomes become unclear. So there is a need for life cycle based governance. Traditional governance framework designed for static AI are insufficient for agentic systems. Adoption. So human-centered and responsible governance, combining responsible AI governance with human-centered AI shows that governance is not a barrier to innovation, but a condition for trustworthy adoption. So human-in-the-loop oversight, explainability, and continuous monitoring help balance automation with human agency, trust, and educational. So the study explored the ethical risks and governance challenges of agentic AI in education, focusing on hallucinated decision-making, bias amplification, and accountability gaps. The research argues that agentic AI is different from traditional AI because of its autonomy, persistence, and self-directed actions, which requires a continuous and adaptive governance rather than static oversight. By integrating responsible AI governance and human-centered AI principles, the study proposes a framework that combines institutional accountability with the human agency and educational value. Practically, the study recommends formal accountability structures, audit and traceability systems, continuous monitoring, and measurable governance indicators with human-in-the-loop oversight mechanism. The findings emphasize that AI should augment rather than replace educator judgment with explainability and transparency, helping maintain trust and alignment with educational goals. The key limitations are that the framework is conceptual and has not been empirically tested in real educational environment. So future research should focus on empirical validation through case studies, experiments, and longitudinal studies using metrics such as error rates, fairness indicators, and user trust measures. Overall, the study concludes that responsible adoption of agentic AI in education depends on embedding accountability, transparency, and human oversight throughout the AI lifestyle to protect equity, trust, and pedagogical integrity. Thank you for your attention, and I welcome all your questions.
Thank you, thank you, Marwa, for your presentation. I am audible, Marwa?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you for your presentation. Your paper deals with agentic AI systems that don't just suggest text and maybe perform tasks and makes decisions in educational system. And the human in the loop often become a human out of the loop. I think you are raising a very interesting question or maybe challenge for the future and educational system. There is some question I come back with your methodology and one or two questions to have more information or more explanation about two ideas that you have developing in your presentation. But before, I will give the floor to the audience if they have some comments or remarks or question, and I come back after if there is some.
Can I say, while I understand and agree with what you've outlined, I think it is quite a conservative approach that you are going to add cost and perhaps people to delivery of something which in a lot of circumstances may be quite beneficial to students. Somehow I think balancing the benefits against the ethical cost is quite typical in computer systems, and maybe you'll find that you need to back off some of the framework in order to get the benefits of these systems. That's just a comment.
Yeah. You have comments about this comment? Not one?
No, it's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I want just to ask you two questions. The first one about, I think, the accountability and the human oversight. And the first question, at what point should a control mechanism override an AI agent? How do we define the red line where autonomous instruction must be halted for human review?
Yeah. So, there is this problem that we rely so much on agentic AI and the generative artificial intelligence, and there is a big fear that they will take our place. So the problem is as follows: to which extent can we trust these agents? Have we to be so autonomous and take our decisions alone concerning, for example, the educational curricula in, for example, primary school or secondary school? So the point was that we have to be critical concerning these agents, and that we should not trust them 100%. And this is for the following simple reason: is that they give you what you already gave them. So they took our feedback from me, from you, from others, and then they built the concepts, the hypotheses, the phenomenon, and then they build the conclusions and their own conception of what we gave them, and they turn it to us without any reasonable or inspires you see, thinking. So I will.
Yes, it's clear. My second question, it's about your practical implementation. You said, I think you mentioned a framework for governance. Is this a one-time certification for the AI, or does your work or your paper propose a continuous real-time auditing system? Because when we deal with AI, we need to audit regularly, or just one-time evaluation, and I don't know. It's
yeah, I got. Okay. Yeah, you can carry on. Sorry.
No, it's about your framework, governance, and dynamic auditing. It's for one time, or you need to implement something like a continuous auditing and evaluation of this system?
Yeah, sure. you should continuously monitor, you should continuously question, doubt the results that this whether artificial intelligence or agentic AI gave you. So we recommend formal accountability structures, audit and traceability systems, continuous monitoring, measurable governance indicators, and human-in-the-loop oversight mechanisms. So it's true that we're moving.
Sorry to interrupt you, Marwa. If we need to have this control continuously, what is the main purpose or the value added of this AI if the human is still here?
Yes, exactly.
So the aim is not to replace men and humankind with machines. After all, we invented them. You see, if they're going to take our place, so what's the reason for us? There is no need to have babies anymore. So if they are going to replace us, they think instead of us, they reason instead of us, they build, they do in medicine, in healthcare, in law. So what is, after all, they don't have the inspiration nor the aspiration, and they don't have the intuition. For example, assume that you're a doctor. That's true. There are some symptoms. They must be treated with some medicines, but intuition has a very, very, very big place that a machine does not have.
Okay, thank you. But the purpose of humanity, of the progress, is to liberate humans for doing anything in the life, just leisure. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but we'll quit our jobs and we will let agentic AI agents work for instead of us. So what is the need for humankind anymore?
To enjoy life.
Yes, to enjoy life, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Marwa.
Such enjoyable. Thank you. Thank you very much. It was such a pleasure to participate with you. Thank you.
For us too, yeah. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, we're having a party.
You still have another presentation, as I understand.
Sorry?
With the same, yes.
Okay, you have a second paper.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, go ahead. You have the floor.
What are we doing?
I've already sent the presentation as the previous one. You can.
I will start. I will start. Yes, I will start it right now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I'm going to present the ethics of generative AI, educational content in marketing, manipulating student engagement, or in. So I'll start with brief introduction, then I'll speak about the literature review, some key concepts like AI ethics, discourse, persuasion, and others. And then I'll discuss a little bit the ethical continuum from supportive personalization to manipulative persuasion. The integrated framework, which encompasses 5 core principles of responsible artificial intelligence generated educational content. Then I'll tackle the methodology and I'll finish with the discussion. And so the study explores the growing role of AI-generated educational content in marketing education, particularly at the intersection between pedagogical innovation and commercial influence. With the rise of generative AI, educational experiences are increasingly shaped by personalized content, adaptive feedback, and automated tutoring systems. While these systems or these technologies enhance learning efficiencies and engagement, they also raise important ethical concerns related to privacy, bias, transparency, and equitable access. At the same time, AI systems used in educational marketing do not only support learning, but also influence student engagement, enrollment, and decision making. This creates a fundamental tension between educational value and commercial objectives. However, current research often treats ICDEc either as a neutral educational tool or as purely ethical risk, without fully addressing the continuum between learning support and persuasive influence. This leaves an important gap in understanding how AI-driven personalization may shape student cognition, autonomy, and long-term learning outcomes. Moreover, AI systems increasingly operate through persuasive design, discourse strategies, and behavioral nudging, which may subtly guide student choices without full awareness. This raises critical questions about autonomy, transparency, and the boundary between education and marketing. In this context, the present study aims to examine how ICDEc and AI-driven marketing strategies influence student engagement while identifying the ethical, linguistics, and governance considerations required to balance educational effectiveness with commercial interest. So this section introduces AI ethics as the foundational framework for analyzing how artificial intelligence is designed, deployed, and governed in educational context. Core ethical principles such as fairness, accountability, transparency, privacy, and respect for autonomy become especially critical when AI systems are used to personalize both educational and marketing content that influence student behavior. Ethical AI is not only about preventing harm, but also about ensuring that AI systems are used responsibly within complex socio-technical environments shaped by institutional, technological, and commercial pressures. These concerns become even more significant with AI-driven personalization. Modern systems using machine learning, predictive analytics, and recommender engines can generate highly individualized content based on large-scale behavioral data. While this increases engagement and relevance, it also raises serious risks related to surveillance, privacy erosion, and the reduction of meaningful choice within algorithmically curated environments. In higher education, AI systems such as chatbots, analytics platforms, and CRM tools increasingly structure the entire student journey from recruitment to retention. However, when marketing objectives dominate pedagogical goals, this can contribute to the commodification of education. With generative AI technologies like GPT models, these convergence becomes even stronger. These systems support learning through tutoring, feedback, and adaptive content creation, but they also enable highly personalized marketing communication. This blurs the boundary between education and persuasion. Additionally, persuasive technology theory helps explain how AI systems are intentionally designed to influence attitudes and behaviors through interfaces like chatbots and recommendation systems. These tools can enhance engagement but also subtly shape student identities and choices. Nudge theory further explains how digital environment influence behavior through choice architecture, such as defaults, prompts, and recommendations without restricting options. So in AI-mediated education, these nudges can either support learning or steer behavior in more commercial directions, depending on transparency and intent. From a marketing ethics perspective, these practices raise important concerns about informed consent, data usage, and fairness. The key issue is whether students are fully aware of how their behavioral data is being used to influence their decisions. Finally, this leads to the central concept of the study, student autonomy and agency. So while AI personalization can enhance self-regulated learning and engagement, it can also reduce autonomy through opacity, surveillance, and behavioral steering. So overall, the literature highlights a fundamental tension in ICDEc. It can function either as a tool for educational empowerment or as a mechanism of subtle influence and manipulation. This tension defines the ethical continuum that this research seeks to critically. So, this section explains the ethical continuum of ICDEc, which emerges from the interaction between behavioral influence cognitive processes and AI-mediated environments. It's grounded in nudge theory and dual process theory, where human decision-making operates through two systems, an intuitive system and a reflective system. AI-driven nudges can target both local levels of cognition. So type 1 nudges influence automatic intuitive behavior through mechanisms such as defaults or visual salience. While they are effective under cognitive load, they raise concerns because they may reduce critical reflection and long-term autonomy. In contrast, type 2 nudges engage reflective thinking by encouraging goal setting or self-assessment, which better supports autonomy and sustainable learning. However, in educational marketing context, these nudging strategies are often embedded in AI systems without the awareness of educators or students. This becomes ethically sensitive when commercial objectives shape pedagogical design. So a key issue here is transparency. Ethical personalization requires that users understand when and how they are being influenced, but in practice, even transparent interventions may remain difficult for students to fully recognize, making influence effectively opaque. So therefore, the ethical evaluation of a check depends not only on transparency but also on intent, user awareness, and alignment with learners' goals. When systems exploit cognitive biases or emotional triggers for commercial gain, they risk undermining student autonomy and epistemic agency. Finally, this continuum highlights critical tension. While AI can support learning through adaptation and feedback, it can also create dependency and weaken critical thinking, especially among vulnerable learners. And this calls for careful balance between support and autonomy in AI-driven educational environment. So, to address these challenges, the study proposes a 5-principle ethical framework for ICDEc in marketing education. The first is pedagogical primacy. That means that educational value must always take priority over commercial or marketing objectives. AI should enhance learning, not serve primarily as a tool for conversion or persuasion. The second principle is agency preservation, which emphasizes protecting student autonomy. AI systems should support learners without creating dependency or weakening their ability to think critically and independently. The third principle is contextual transparency. This requires clear disclosure of AI use, intent, and data practices while adapting transparency to the educational content so that students can meaningfully understand when they are being influenced. The fourth is fairness by design, ensuring that AI systems are inclusive, unbiased, and equitable for the development stage. This helps prevent the reinforcement of inequalities through personalization algorithms. The final is distributed governance, which recognizes that responsibility cannot lie with a single actor. Instead, it must be shared across institutions, educators, IT teams, and policy bodies with continuous monitoring and lifestyle-based oversight. Together, these 5 principles provide structured ethical foundation for balancing innovation in AI-driven educational marketing with the protection of learning integrity, fairness, and student impact. So the study is theoretical, qualitative, conceptual, and analytical. It uses a triangulated framework combining AI ethics, discourse analysis, persuasive technology, and educational marketing. The study examines ethical challenges of generative AI in educational marketing, linguistic, and persuasive strategy in ICDEc, managerial implications for educational systems, impact on student engagement, autonomy, and decision-making, and balance between educational value and commercial interests. So the methodology is comprises many phases. The first is systematic literature review. So the sources are peer-reviewed studies from 2015 to 2055. And the focus areas are AI ethics in education, persuasive technology and behavioral influence, discourse analytics in ICDEc, and educational marketing and governance frameworks. The second phase is content and discourse analytics. So analysis of generative AI educational marketing materials focus on linguistic strategies, ethical issues, and commercial intent versus educational value. And the method is the critical discourse analysis. The last phase is the case study analysis. So we adopt platforms that analyzed Coursera, Khan Academy, and Duolingo. The focus was AI-driven personalization and engagement, student behavior and decision-making, marketing outcomes, and ethical and managerial trade-offs. So the data were collected from academic literature, platform reports, marketing content, interviews, and public and interinstitutional documents. We followed the systematic coding of themes, the ethical issue, linguistic strategies, personalization mechanisms, and the critical discourse analysis, which was used to examine language influence on perception and behavior and power relation in educational marketing. And of course, we took into consideration the ethical issues such as the transparency and fairness, use of publicly available data only. There were no identifiable student data, informed consent from the interviews, and methodological rigor and bias reduction ensured. What we concluded is that transparency is essential for ethical ICDEc deployment. AI disclosure influences credibility, trust, student perceptions. However, transparency alone is insufficient. So, current institutional policies are limited because they focus mainly on plagiarism, neglect bias, privacy, and accountability, lack clear responsibility allocation. So there is a need for human oversight, multi-stakeholders governance, and continuous monitoring. So AI personalization has both benefits and risks. It improves engagement, in better learning performance, and provides a higher satisfaction. However, it might lead to commercial manipulation, recruitment, and conversion optimization, and reduced epistemic autonomy. So there is a need for ethical governance frameworks which are effective if they include transparency mechanisms, accountability structures, bias mitigation, data protection, explainability, and user control and consent. So educators and students need to prompt engineering skills, critical AI literacy, ethical reasoning abilities, and capacity to detect manipulation and commercial intent. So AI should support rather than replace human agency, preserve student autonomy, protect pedagogical integrity, and ensure fairness and accessibility. So emotional intelligence AI can emotionally improve responsiveness and enhance engagement, but also it can enable emotional manipulation and exploit emotional data. So there is a requirement for ethical software, transparency, and user control. So future studies should use longitudinal and mixed method approaches, include student-generated perspectives, examine autonomy and persuasive AI, and develop adaptive. So ICDEc operates at the intersection of innovation, ethics, commercial influence. Responsible integration requires strong governance, transparency, AI literacy, human-centered oversight, and protection against manipulation and inequality. So thank you for your attention. All your questions and comments are more than welcome.
Thank you, Marwa. Are you hearing us, Marwa?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, thank
Of course.
you.
Thank you.
Okay. It's an interesting paper because you are shifting from library as traditional job as a curator, and now you are looking at the libraries as algorithmic mediator. And
yes,
I think there is some issue. I have some comments, maybe one question about some ideas and the second one about your methodology. But before I ask the audience here if they have some question, and I come back after. Some remarks or some question?
Perhaps just one comment. Marwa said that Asia is between commercial and education, but also there is the perspective of society.
Yeah.
For example, in my previous course with PhD students, I was thinking about make like an agent to present the module with my voice, and I was hesitating, and after that I had in the class one person who is blind. So he found this solution inspiring, and he contacted the association to encourage professors to do the same thing. So I think even this perspective is also interesting to integrate in this framework.
Okay, thank you. Play. No? Okay. So your paper is I'm scary. It was this shift or this friction is fascinating, but it's scary because library, basically, it's like you can go and you can choose what you want, and maybe when you are choosing, you are discovered some kind of topics. Why I'm afraid about what you are presenting now, because if we rely in a data and maybe AI, because they know what we are doing, they will indoctrinate us more what we are now, because they will always choose what we like and what we read. And this is why I'm afraid about that. I'm afraid about dumping down readers and indoctrinating them and imprisoning them on what they like to read and what they like to choose. This is why I'm afraid about missing this freedom to go to the library for buying a book or something like A and choosing something like B. If we rely on
yes.
So yeah, of course I'm with you. Do you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I believe from the person perspective that books cannot be replaced by any other thing.
At the same time.
I mean, whatever the extent to which we develop or we reach very advanced intelligent phase in inventing artificial intelligence or agents or anything, books cannot be replaced. You see, because there is this kind of majesty when you touch a book and you read from it, and you see your teacher physically, and he explains to you, and he gives his recommendations or consignes entre parenthèses for you. So the problem is that we're relying so much on agentic AI which is beneficial, but to a certain extent. Because, for example, when you're using them, many publicities appear, and they might be inappropriate for the age of your audience. And this is really dangerous. And there is this sort of trying to shape the culture of the recipient. You see, when you're a student or a university student or something, you're receiving so much material at the same time. But this material is also embedded with some publicities that might be harmful to your culture, to your age, and this is the risks we're actually facing with agentic AI, especially when used in the educational field. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
We hear
Okay,
you.
yes, perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you, Marwa.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. It was really pleasure to participate with you. I hope this will be also in the next year. Thank you.
Thank you for your presence. Thanks.
Okay, bye. Bye.
Okay, who's three?
So the last.
Should I be presenting? Should I go there?
Yeah, okay. And who is now presenting? Because there are, it looks that we have some.
It should be the last presentation.
Is this your presentation?
Yes, thank
Okay,
you.
then it's.
No, it's Hisham. Sorry, Joanna.
There is one more presentation.
So what we do?
Because Hisham will present in 2 parallel sessions. So he was planning to present first in one session and last in another one, because yesterday he has troubles in coming to Estonia. And we planned him parallel session to avoid wasting time.
Okay.
So if it is possible that Hisham present now,
yes,
and then he will leave and present the other session.
Okay.
I'm sorry for that.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
that's fine. But I don't have your
I'm coming.
slides.
One minute.
Okay.
You can use the flash disk.
Yes.
Flash disk.
Okay.
This one. Down.
So Hisham, you have 15 minutes to present.
No, I will be
10
quick.
minutes for discussion.
Because the other session waiting for you.
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be with you. I have my presentation. It's entitled Mapping Africa's Digital Financial Inclusion, the Cluster and Factor Analysis. My presentation is about, we will talk about the aim and the literature review about digital finance and financial inclusion in Africa. And we will start with the literature to highlight the gap about this topic. And we will talk about the methodology and data collected for this issue, for this problem. And I will share with you some key finding and discussion and recommendation. The first question is why we talk about financial data, financial digital finance, because it's an empowerment for a lot of people in e-health. It's something like a level to enhance and to develop a lot of people who are less deserved in a lot of countries. And the second question about this this problematic or this issue, that in a lot of countries there is a gap, or there is some differences between a lot of our countries. In Africa, we have 54 countries, and we want to study all these countries, but unfortunately, we don't have data or genuine data for all this continent, and we choose only 31 African countries to better understand why there is a gap and what is the variable that could explain why some countries are far behind some others. Yes, encore, yeah, another. The question or the issue is to understand what explains these differences about a lot of countries in Africa, and how these countries can be grouped as a cluster, and trying to have some explanation or maybe some recommendation to enhance their digital development or financial development. To measure this digital financial inclusion, we choose 31 African countries for a period starting from 2011 to 2022. And as a methodology, we use econometrical method as PCA, principal component analysis. And as I said, the objective or the aims is to understand how digital finance can become an essential lever to enhance or to economic empowerment for a lot of countries in this continent. The literature background or review, there is a lot of studies talking about digital finance as an inclusion to improve access to a lot of people who lack some empowerment, some inclusive economic growth, and they are in the poverty because they can't reach to basic services. Because on the literatures, we understand that digital technology can enable better public and private decision-making through accessibility and to broader using some services as education, health, or maybe finance in general. But the literature fall into three main streams or there is a gap in the literature. The first one is, there is no evolution or maybe comparison between a lot of countries in Africa. The second, we don't know exactly why some countries are going ahead and some countries are behind. And the third question is what is the barriers caused by some affordability and infrastructure, why some countries are good in this financial inclusion, digital financial inclusion, and why others are not. This is why, as a data and methodology, as I said, DataSat were covered 31 African countries, and our data are coming from World Bank Digital Development Indicators, and we have another indicators from Peking University Digital Financial Inclusions, and we have 10 variables as mobile phone penetration, output per capita, ICT coverage, insurance, a lot of 10 variables in the total. And as an analytical approach, we have PCA, and we choose these 10 variables from the literatures we are covering or retaining something like 85% of variable that can explain why financial digital are developed in some countries, in some area, and why are not in others. And our model is based on some component score coefficient we have this obtained our model from two kind of factor scores. The first one, F1, it's depend on 10 variable to assess or to evaluate the fintech adoption. Why fintech, financial technologies in a lot of countries, African countries, are developed. And the second factor score is about accessibility or digital infrastructure. And these two factor score, it could explain what I said, something like 85% of digital finance in this country. And when we use this model, you can pass, please. The fintech adoption factor is about why some startup or SME can use this technology to develop a business or services. And we have 10 variables about payment, credit, insurance, investments, coverage, digitalization, and something like that. And for digital infrastructure, we have something like penetration, mobile phone, speed, cost of communication, and something like that. And the country's performance, when we use this model, we have three groups or three kind of results. We have some countries in the southeast of Africa are the leaders in fintech and digital infrastructure, as South Africa, Uganda, and Kenya. And we have countries that they are good in high fintech, but they are weak or they lack some digital infrastructure. And we have low performance countries because they have infrastructure, but they have an uneven or inequality between some cities and some population, as Egypt, Morocco, Tunisia. We are lacking even in accessibility in infrastructure and always, and as well as in fintech. The overall results, it's about clustering analysis about three groups, category A, B, and C, about countries that they have a good high fintech and high infrastructure, as Kenya and South Africa. They are most advanced in digital finance and infrastructure and economic infrastructure. And some category B, high fintech and weak infrastructure, as Ghana, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, and some countries in the southwest of Africa. And we have low category B, C of countries, and they are the majority of countries in Africa. They are far behind. It doesn't mean that they don't have infrastructure, but it's not covering all the country in the same way, and there's a lot uneven accessibility or equipment in all areas in this country. And as explanation or maybe recommendation, we can pass to the that there is a strong disparities between African countries and fintech a lot. It means when we use fintech, it's like a result from digital infrastructure in essence. And digital infrastructure is the decisive factor for that differentiate a lot of countries. And digital infrastructure is not sufficiently to have this fintech, because we are lacking another variable that we are missing in this study, and maybe it will be something like for others study in the futures. It's about human capital and about maybe engineering and entrepreneurial process. And as a recommendation for each category of countries, for category A, they are integrating continued digital finance into national development strategy, but for countries from category B, they need to improve or prioritize affordability of services and specifically for costs. And for category C, there is a huge effort to develop clear fintech-friendly regulatory framework and specifically resolve this uneven or inequality between areas and between urban and rural areas. And thank you for your attention. And if you have a question, I'm ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Hisham, for your presentation. It was really clear and an important topic in Africa. So if we have some question in the audience.
Can I ask?
Yes, please.
Can you go one level deeper and say something about which parts of digital infrastructure are most important? You said broadband, mobile, and I've forgotten what the third one was, but data centers. But is there some priority amongst them that you can identify?
The priority is about, it's about the cost and the speed of, there is accessibility in all the areas and cities in all the countries in Africa, but the barriers or the problem is about cost and speed.
And is that absolute cost or relative cost?
It's a relative cost. It's not absolute, it's relative.
It's relative to, to the economy.
Because it's not very costly comparatively with Europe, but when you report this to the salary, it's something like between 3 and 11% of monthly salary.
Sadok, related the idea of an index for clustering countries. Africa is not organized like the EU.
Yeah.
Would there something like this would be an idea, like a basis for a joint agreement and policy? Could this be, or what would this cluster help decision makers understand? Is there like the African, there is a union of...
Yes, there is some union, but it's not like EU, there is no further regulation.
Yes.
The idea in the beginning, it's because we are in the same continent and we have the same problems culturally and economically. Why some countries are far behind some others? This was the question, because when the comparison or the benchmark, it's like it is homogeneous. It's not about regulation like EU, just to understand the variables that make some countries more developed technically and in financial digital than others, because they are in the same basket, if I can say.
But to follow up on his clustering idea, if you took that middle cluster and say they all agreed to buy mobile phones in bulk, then they could get the unit price down to something much lower. I mean, would that help? But you know, is it possible even?
Because definitely costs, because this looks like being a very important problem. Will definitely diminish if there is more bargaining power. So several, and in this case, what EU does, bringing regulations together and helping countries harmonize things for East countries definitely helped a lot.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I think I have also, you talk about Peking University. It was about data or the manner to calculate the index?
It's a model. It's the model developed by the Chinese, because in China they have the same problem. The heterogeneity between cities and areas, it's like in Africa. They have cities where the concentration or the accessibility is very high, and in some area they are weak.
So I will follow with the next comment. Perhaps this is why
you have used mainly the infrastructure and fintech to explain the digital finance. But I think we can find some answers in the Global Index of Innovation, in the input of Global Innovation Index, especially the market sophistication. For example, in Tunisia, we have very good indicators in capital, human capital.
Human capital, yeah.
But we are late in sophistication of business and institutions.
Fintech.
Yeah, so I think we can find some answers in these, and we can complete this index with other input of the global innovation.
We're thinking for the future for adults variable, especially for this one, for human skills and literate people, specifically in technology and finance.
And the sophistication of markets and
sophistication, yeah.
This is, I think, it would be an answer. Thank you very much.
So, thank you. Now you have to move.
Now we will move to the last presentation. We are sorry.
I thought that it was a session before.
Yes, it was my mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need it, yeah.
You need this. Take this.
Thanks.
Yes. Great. Thanks.
So now...
Actually, I always say wrongly your name because my friend's first name is Sadok. This is why I always make this mistake.
Thank you.
Bon courage.
So now we have this last presentation, as I understand.
Assessing trustworthy AI governance, a text-based machine learning framework.
Yeah, I'll try to be quick so we can go to lunch.
Should be.
Yeah, it's working great. So, hi everyone. I'm Yana Bourlan. I'm a second-year PhD student at the Bucharest University of Economic Studies, working under the supervision of Professor Adriana Ana Maria Davidescu and Professor Alexandru Vasile Strat, and presenting also on behalf of my co-author Alina Lucian.
Please.
Thank you. Our paper is called Assessing Trustworthy AI Governance, a text-based machine learning framework. Somewhat will work.
Should. Just.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. This. Down. Up.
Up. Great. So, trustworthy AI, I will try to define it shortly so that we can establish what we are measuring in the study. So it is the center of everything that we are going to be talking today about. It's not simply how AI works, it's also how accurate and good an AI system is. So to give the simplest example, let's say we have a credit algorithm. If a credit algorithm denies loans for an entire demographic of people, then technically it is a functioning AI system, but it is not necessarily trustworthy. So that is why in 2019, the OECD defined trustworthy AI through 5 dimensions: transparency and explainability, accountability, robustness, safety and security, fairness, privacy and human rights, and finally inclusive growth and well-being. The definitions underneath here are summarized from the OECD. So they have a website where they define all of these dimensions, and also they have a framework and instruments and tools for how we should measure these criteria. Everybody's familiar with the OECD. I don't need to go into that detail, but the policy in 2019 was basically the first intergovernmental standard for AI that ever existed, and it forms the backbone of the EU AI Act, the US NIST AI risk management framework, and most national strategies worldwide.
The data that we collected in the first part was the database from ICDEc2026-Mek-110-II, which catalogs every single national and organizational AI policy initiative from member states and also from partner countries. It is continuously updated. There are over 2,306 AI policies as to date on the website. Each initiative record includes the country, the policy type, the start year, implementation status, if it is binding or non-binding, and the official OECD AI principle, which is given manually by an OECD staff member. The research questions. So the main question that we are going to try to answer is, as AI policy activity has exploded since 2016, is the world moving toward a common governance model? And is that governance substantive or merely rhetorical? So we will see that there has been an influx. After 2016, the number of AI governance treaties that have been published has increased by 96%. But does that mean that these governance models are converging? Do we see all national policies starting to use the same language and terminologies? Also, we are going to try to answer the question that other AI authors have raised, which is the so-called ethical greenwashing or the ethical washing, in the sense that are these policies simply rhetorical, or are they actually substantive and offer a robust way of measuring things? Other research questions are governance regimes. So what empirically distinct regime types exist? Are countries transitioning between them? And of course, does language convergence translate into trustworthy AI principles coverage, or does an ethics to practice gap persist? The gaps that we are going to try to cover in this paper is the scale. So there has been no study that has applied text analysis to all of the 2000 OECD AI policy initiatives across 80 plus countries. GDELT, which is a database in which all of the majority of the world's news articles are continuously refreshed and published, so it has a refresh rate of 1 second. So if I publish a news article today, it's going to be found on GDELT. It has never been used to dedicate for a dedicated AI governance sentiment measurement. So we are building an index of trustworthy AI alignment, and we are going to try to build upon Morley and all 2021 paper, which was the first one to talk about this ethics to practice. But this paper is a philosophical paper, as we find that the majority of AI papers that are published on governance, they are not quantitative papers, they are qualitative papers. And this is why this paper sort of covers these gaps, because it introduces a quantitative framework. Like I said, we have scaled to 2,303 documents. The most extensive one was one in 2019, where Jamin and all looked at 84 AI ethics guidelines. Defoe in 2018, so that AI governance is shaped by both formal rules and public narrative, which gave us the idea to introduce this GDELT database, which is the new sentiment, because an interesting question starts to form. Is governance, as we understand it, sort of, is the motivation between governance starting from the people? our people and the way that we react to news about ChatGPT, Claude, and so on, do the sentiment that we have and the ideas and how we feel about these different AI tools, do we have some influence over governance structures? And do I in the EU have a different sentiment versus somebody in China or the US when it comes to these structures? Yes or no? It's an interesting question that we will try to find out. We also used beta convergence, which is a classical econometric paper, to find out if low alignment countries catch up faster. So we will see that. We are also going to look at the EU export governance models globally via regulatory mechanisms. So we are going to look at cross-national cosine similarity clusters. Who has a greater influence over governance initiatives? Does the EU and European countries? Does America? Does China? It's an interesting question. And finally, sentence BERT is going to be performed in order to enhance our index. This is the dual layer methodology. So in the first part, we took the OECD AI Policy Navigator through web scraping, which covered 96 countries from 1956 to 2026. Yes, the first initiative was in 1956 and it was published by Germany. The second data source is the GTELT Global News Framework. We took monthly sentiment for governance and innovations from 2016 to 2025. It made no sense to go before 2016 because, like I said, 96% of all policy initiatives have been published after 2016. And we also separated the sentiment by region. So we had the United States and the EU. The reason why we didn't include more regions is because we wanted to make sure that we weren't creating bias in our model, in the sense that we all know that all of these databases work primarily on English language articles. So it's still in the beginning. It's tough to introduce news articles published in different languages. So we stuck mainly to the EU and the US due to language bias. When it came to the AI policies, we created an index that basically has two layers. So layer one is if the initiative has an OECD principal tag. This is the tag that is placed by every single OECD employee. So there is no bias in that sense. We are going to trust the expert judgment. The second layer is the cosine similarity. So we took every single treaty and we compared it to the definitions from the OECD website, which offers not just how do we measure robustness, but what are the tools that should be in place in these treaties in order to, for example, measure accountability, robustness, applicability, and so on. So we also calculated the cosine similarity between these treaties and what the OECD says should be in these treaties hypothetically. Topic modeling was applied, clustering too. And finally, the TAPI is this index that we calculated, which helped us to answer the research questions, the 3 research questions that I've talked at the start. The layer 2, which is the GTEL data, we calculated the government sentiment index, innovation sentiment index. We applied, because we are dealing with time series, we applied a stationarity test. And we were also interested to see if there were any regimes. To test causality as far as we know, and to be able to answer the question, did governance come first or innovation, or is it the other way around? So sort of like the chicken and the egg. We applied the Granger causality test to see if there is the conclusion that everybody wants to find out, including in the EU, which is basically the discourse right now is in the European Union, is that Europe is not remaining competitive when it comes to AI because of too much regulation. So the move is to simplify as much as we can all of the taxonomies or all of the AI policy acts. But the question still remains that nobody actually studied this phenomena. Is innovation actually stunted by regulation, or does regulation lead to more innovation later on? No. Okay. This is just the web scraper methodology. I will skip it because everybody's familiarized with the web scraping. The Trustworthy AI Policy Index, like I said, 2 layers. First layer is the binary OECD tags, which the official OECD staff members have attached a principal tag to each treaty. The semantic similarity, so we apply sentence BERT, the AL mini LM L2's V2 model to calculate cosine similarity between the AI initiative and the OECD principal reference text that I was just telling you about. To calculate a normalized index, we used equal weights to all of the transparency. So we said that all of the 5 OECD dimensions are of equal importance, and that is why we dedicated equal weight to all of the indicators. But as I will say later on, we also tested with robustness. So we found out a paper in which it said that these principles are not necessarily all equally important. So we changed the weights. We did multiple iterations to see if the rankings would change if we allocated different weights to them. Okay. And what was interesting is that when it came to tag coverage, so the amount of treaties that treated each AI dimension, the least covered one was accountability with 6.9% and robustness, safety, and security. The semantic similarity shows the same thing. It says that accountability and robustness were the 2 dimensions that were least treated in these policies, and they were the most superficially treated ones, in the sense that they included the least details when it came to how do we actually quantitatively measure the principles that were discussed. The most talked about was growth and well-being and transparency and explainability. Okay, so approximately 96% of all initiatives, AI initiatives after 2015, it makes sense. So during 2016 and 2018, we had this early momentum. 2019 was the OECD AI principles, and 2022 to 2026 is, of course, the release of ChatGPT, the EU AI Act, all of which released a regulation wave. These treaties can also be split. We split them into national strategy, governments, bodies, regulations, standards, programs and projects, and international frameworks. These are the results for the country pairs by cosine similarity. So these high cosine similarities basically shows us that they're too high. So initially, it might seem really good that basically all of these different countries are sharing the same governance vocabulary, right? So they have the same governance vocabulary, but what we will see is that even though they share the same governance vocabulary, there is substantive principle alignment. So as we will see, Japan and Singapore they use the same language. They are so very, very, very similar. But when it comes to the rankings that we did, calculating the index, Japan is all the way down here. Which we think that it is because it's easy to use AI governance language. AI governance language has definitely become common. All of the the principles that I've listed here can be found in these, can be found in the EUA Act, right? But when it comes to actually substantively look at the policies and see how each one of them can be robustly checked, they fall short. Norway leads, but as you can see, we also drew the error, right? So Norway only has 20 initiatives. So while Germany has 96 initiatives, AI policy initiatives. The US ranks 12th, but again, the US also has way more initiatives than Norway. So that is a limitation in the sense that these countries, because they have a history of publishing much earlier than sort of like the Scandinavian countries in South America, they have the issue that there is a small volume. However, they are very precise in the sense that they follow the OECD principles very carefully. So it's not necessarily volume does not equal quality. It is more quality over quantity. No. Here we have the difference between what the first label shows versus the second label shows. So it's basically a repeat of what I've said. When it comes to the governance regimes, here we apply the rule. We only took countries that had over 15 AI policies so that we could compare the evolution in their policies in an accurate way. So between 2016 and 2018, only 8 countries had over 15 policies published. And we only had 2 sort of clusters. We had continental EU versus the Anglophone Pacific group, so US. Then in 2019 and 2021, that is where the change happened. Suddenly we had 35 countries with over 15 AI policies initiatives. We also saw that, however, what is very interesting is that the silhouette scores are negative, which shows us that what happened is with the OECD principles published in 2019, these countries basically adopted the same language. If the silhouette score is negative, that means that there is no differentiation between the clusters. So that means that they are using the same governance language. There is no distinction that could be made between what Estonia is publishing and what Finland is publishing in terms of governance. However, from 2022 to 2024, so with the release of ChatGPT and all of the AI programs, we see that the silhouette score is positive now. So we are starting to see more of a redifferentiation between America, EU, Asia, or China, and we see that obviously Gen AI has brought more controversy in opinions and governance.
A little bit faster.
Sure, sorry.
Otherwise, it's already 20 minutes and we.
Sorry. Yeah, I should check the time. Yeah, so here is the convergence. We see that it's statistically proven that countries that, for example, start with almost 0 initiatives like Mexico and Turkey, they will soon get to a faster TIP, so they will adopt governance structures really fast. So it is not like when we were dealing with the VAT gap, and we saw that there is no convergence there. Countries that have a 30% VAT gap, in 10 years' time, they will still have a VAT gap, like Romania. But in this case, countries that start with 0 governance structures, in time, they can start really quickly to catch up. When it comes to robustness checks, so it's the weight sensitivity that I was talking about. We calculated Spearman's coefficient and so on. So it has passed some robustness checks. Structural breaks. Here we get to the GDELT score. So we have the governance sentiment and innovation sentiment. And you might be asking me, well, how do we calculate governance sentiment and innovation sentiment from a database? What was the process and robustness of this? The process and the robustness of this was a dictionary approach, in the sense that we found a dictionary for innovation and governance, and the way that theoretically we should check that our dictionary is correct, we should randomly select and extract about 200 articles or so on from whatever we found in the database, and then manually we should annotate and see if it is correct or not, if the article talks about innovation or governance in a positive or negative sense. However, I don't have the time to do that, and I can tell you that my professors don't have the time to annotate 200 articles either. So the compromise that we came to was a zero-shot classification, in the sense that we extracted randomly articles and we fed them through the Facebook LLM, in the sense that if there's an agreement between our dictionary and the Facebook LLM in when it comes to our keyword selection, then that was the process, the robustness check. And we see that we have two regimes. So before what happened in 2023, which is after 2 months after ChatGPT was released, sentiment was way more positive and significantly more positive when it came to AI in general, from governance innovation terms. After the release of ChatGPT, sentiment when it comes to AI governance innovation decreased significantly. Here is the Granger causality evidence, which says that we proved that it's actually innovation first and then is governance. So countries and national organizations, they are basically in a lag of time. The innovation appears, people react to it, and then they write the governance structures. And the opposite, it is not. So it is not statistically significant. So that means that countries are always trying to play catch up. Okay. This is the difference.
If you can conclude with the most important results.
Basically, that is all I wanted to say about the narrative divergence between the countries, and yeah, these are the most important points that I talked about on the board. Thank you. Sorry, it's been a lot.
It was clear and rich with
Thank you.
information. It could also process. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, if you have a comment. For me, I have just one or two short comments about the number of topics. You said 3 topics, K equal to 3. How you fix this number of topics, not comma, topics, K equal to 3? Because there is a method, a statistical method to fix the number of topics. I think that 3 is could be, we could retain more than 3 topics for such 2,300 documents.
LD topic modeling, yeah. This is why I didn't go into details about the topic modeling results. So we went through cross-validation result, and we saw that these were the most distinct 3 topics and the easiest to identify. But yeah, this is why we didn't go into detail about the topic modeling.
Yeah, because there is a statistical method with a curve, and we fix the best level of Okay. Because intuitively, I think that we can have more than 3 topics for this such corpus of documents and this problematic. And just also for the English language, I think, because one of our students has worked with a tool that translates all languages to English, and this will perhaps enable to catch all the corpus with Arabic, French, and Latin.
It's an interesting observation. GDAL does also offer the translated version. I think we wanted to focus because it's already too much, and it's a long, there's 3 research questions, but they are very long research questions. So I think we wanted to focus more on the difference between the EU and the US at this point, but perhaps we can include other national levels too.
It could be a significant bias because sometimes, we have a different context. Perhaps sampling if we have a sample with different language, this could help to have the best size.
Yeah, what we did see though is that with the exception of continental Europe and China and the US, rest of the countries in the world when it comes to the publication of these treaties are playing catch up though. So not here, wait, there was the scatter plot here. So for example, Austria and the United Kingdom, they are not going to increase their trustworthiness score anymore because they already started this process ahead of time. So other countries are sort of following the example of the other ones. That is why we started with 8 countries, which were very differentiated into the clusters. And then with the OECD principles, we had no differentiation because what happened was all of the other countries, they just followed the example of the other ones and basically copy pasted their governance structures. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And good luck for your future works. Thank you very much. Now we can go to the
So
lunch.
now you can go, but there is only half hour for lunch. Maybe we'll start 15 minutes
Yeah.
later.
Yeah, we have time.
With yes, okay. So I tell everyone, yes, thank you.
I created a folder called closing.
Thank you. Well, you did reject the paper though, so it's not that good.
It is an updated version.
We updated.
It is exactly the paper.
It's the same methodology, but we updated basically what I thought was that I thought the methodology was innovative enough that, for example, a reviewer would say, okay, there is some issue with the way that you did not explain fully how GDELT works for a non-technical person. And I thought I could just, you know, later on I could give more detail.
My
But
advice, because I don't know who are the reviewers, but my advice is to follow the comments of the reviewer.
I did. It's updated.
Yeah.
It's fully updated, the paper.
You put like,
Yeah. But
and this will help.
But I'm not gonna publish in the proceedings though, so there's no need to worry.
No, because we have 11 papers for presentation, and we will select 3 or 4 after the second round.
Ah, okay.
So there is a chance of 35%.
It's okay.
This is
don't
why
worry.
this is why I recommend that you answer carefully to each comment with how you answer to the comment in the table.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There's no need to worry. Thank you for accepting it for presentation, though.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It is a little bit compared because the paper was not accepted for publication.
Yes, but she transformed all the
Yeah,
paper
This
entirely.
is what I said. I said to her to show very well how she answered the comments of the reviewer.
Yes.
When we will go to the second round, we have 11 papers which were accepted only for presentation, and we will select 3 or 4 to be accepted after the second round.
But Reem, what will be the process? So she need to she need to explain very detailed what type of change she has
Exactly.
done, and where to upload this on the platform.
Yes, on
Okay.
EasyChair.
Okay. I
We
will
will
tell
undergo
her.
a second round to select 3 or 4.
Okay.
Because we have
See on vist on jah, üleise on hotellikoht.